Let's look at velocity here and hail potentially as well. It's not just the winds we're worried about. A little bit of hail. It's looking like this is just under the severe thunderstorm threshold, which is a quarter. That's an inch in diameter, okay? Technically wouldn't probably cause damage, but it could get larger. And this is just indicating what we're seeing on the radar. So wouldn't be surprised if they warn this once again. We've been seeing the warnings off and on all morning. And it's not just us that are monitoring this, the National Weather Service. It's a concerted effort here, okay? Lots of emergency personnel wondering about this as well. We're going to continue to monitor these, moving southwest to northeast here over the next few hours or so at least. So again, the tornado warning is in Burnett, okay? I want to stress that first and foremost if you just tuned in. We're staying weather aware as this activity in Burnett, this tornado warning that's radar indicated, this is all pushing off towards Bell County eventually, okay? So Liberty Hill pointing north, that includes Temple, Belton, Killeen, Waco also. Eventually, all of this activity is generally moving from southwest to northeast, okay? So we want you to be safe. We want you to be aware that it's not over quite yet. This is going to be multiple rounds of this, and it's moving at a good clip, okay? So that's another concern. It's flooded roadways and a lot of water on the roadways, and this activity moving at a pretty good clip with more and more popping up to our southwest. So I would say all the way through this evening, you definitely want multiple ways to receive warnings like this when this tornado warning is valid here for the next 30 minutes or so. It's looking like until 10:30, so that's the next 15 minutes, the severe thunderstorm warning for the next 30 minutes. We'll have to see you here in about 15 minutes. We're going to hop back on if we need to, show you this rotation as it travels northeast, closer and closer towards Bell County, okay? I'm talking about Florence. Let's go ahead and shelter in place. Right now it's in Burnett in a pretty unpopulated area, but the roadways, lots of congestion probably on the roadways. 281 and 183, very well traveled, as well as 29 off towards Georgetown. Lots of neighborhoods there. This tornado warning, and it looks like the rotation right now is situated just to the east of the town of Burnett. That is all going to eventually push towards western Bell County, probably in the next hour. I've been watching these thunderstorms all morning. They're moving at a good clip. I'm talking 40 miles an hour is how fast this thunderstorm is potentially moving from southwest to northeast. So we're going to continue to monitor this here over the next few hours. This tornado warning, again, it's for Burnett and Williamson counties. It is to the north of Georgetown. It is right near Burnett, moving slowly off towards the northeast, okay? Briggs, you're up next. Florence eventually. And yes, you can see Killeen way up here. By the lunch hour, it has approached Bell County, okay? Right now, we're going to go ahead and project Briggs, Okalila, Maxdale, all before the lunch hour. You can see right now it is 10:15. Here in the next hour, it's at Maxdale and approaching western Bell County. That doesn't mean eventually it's Killeen, Harker Heights, Belton, Temple, okay? So that's not going to be for about an hour and a half or so, but right now this tornado warning is for Burnett and Williamson counties, and it is valid for the next 30 minutes or so. So we're going to continue to monitor all of these thunderstorms. They're moving at a pretty good clip at times, and they are dropping a ton of rainfall. I'm getting a ton of comments right now on social media. By the way, if you have questions, you can hop on our Facebook. I'm about to start another Facebook Live. Let us know what you're seeing at your location right now. This tornado warning is for the next half hour or so. We're seeing some rotation on it. I haven't heard yet if it's confirmed that it's on the ground. It doesn't look like it is. That means it's radar indicated. That means we're picking up rotation on the radar. And it's looking like you can see exactly where it's headed, Okalila, Briggs, and then eventually Bell County, okay? So we're watching it over the next hour and a half or so. We're going to see if it continues to intensify or if it dies down a little bit. But either way, very dangerous weather we're dealing with. You do not want to be outside. You don't want to be on the roadways. If maybe you traveled here to see the eclipse, I would recommend holding off. Likely we have a lull in these thunderstorms later on in this afternoon before they pick back up again, okay? So I would just shelter in place. All of us under a tornado watch, almost our whole viewing area until 5 p.m. today. Okay, so we're monitoring all of these thunderstorms, including the one that is tornado warned right now in Burnett and Williamson counties. But look how far northeast it stretches. These thunderstorms all the way up out of our viewing area into northeastern Texas, where, by the way, I'm hearing they have gotten in northeastern Texas just out of our viewing area 4 or 5 inches of rain, and look what's headed their direction. So definitely going to be some. Okay, they're talking in my ear. It looks like there's going to be some more flash flooding. I would say at least for the next 24 hours. Rivers likely going to be over their banks in some locations. Again, if you're just tuning in, one more time, we're going to hop off air. I'm going to start a Facebook Live. Just type in KCEN on your phone, on your Facebook, and we can get in the comments and talk about this activity as it travels across the viewing area, you guys. We want to help you here at KCEN. Matt, our chief meteorologist, is now here on scene with me. We're going to be monitoring these thunderstorms over the next few hours as they move across our area.
still with us this morning here. It's about 10:25. We're just taking a look at what's going on across the area. We do have a few warnings in place that we want to talk about. The first one, the most important one that we're dealing with right now, is down in Burnett County. We do have a tornado warning. That's in effect until 10:30. The rest of us dealing with some strong thunderstorms, but not really seeing that severe threat across most of the area. Again, the biggest threat right now is going to be down in the Burnett area. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that. We'll take a look at what's going on here. As far as that storm is concerned, let's see if that tornado warning is still valid. So we're going to jump down to Burnett. All right. Yes, we do still have the tornado warning in effect until 10:30. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to open up our velocity scan to see what's happening inside this storm. And so here's what I'm seeing as I jump back on air here. This is what we're dealing with. You see the reds and the greens, where they come together, that's what we're looking for that rotation signature. Now this, in my opinion, is a little bit messy as far as velocity scans go. Not seeing a lot of what I would think is tight rotation. If we're seeing anything, it's going to be down in this region right here. So if we can go ahead and put all this in motion so we can see where it's headed. It is all moving off to the northeast this morning at about 25 miles per hour, according to the warning. It could be moving a little bit faster than that. Let's go ahead and take a look. Go ahead and put it in motion. Again, all this right along Highway 29, moving off to the northeast. So let's go ahead and get rid of the velocity box, since for whatever reason that doesn't seem to want to move with the rest of the radar. Okay, so right here, so just a couple of things to look at. This is, again, moving off to the northeast about 25 miles per hour. Again, that's according to the National Weather Service. And if we kind of track it just a little bit, that does look relatively accurate, again, as it's been basically in Burnett County for the better part of the last hour or so. So what we're looking at here, a couple of things. So again, we showed you the velocity scan. That was right along Highway 29. This is where, if there was any hail associated with the storm, that's where we'd be seeing it again. Mostly an unpopulated area in this area, just north of 29, east of 281. But as this storm continues its northeast track, we're talking about Florence at 11:03, the Florence Alternative School around 11:04, Youngsport by 11:22, and then from there it continues to move on into other parts of Bell County. At that point over here, the next hour or two, that's when it's going to be approaching I-35. We're not saying it's still going to be tornado warned at that time, but it is moving that direction. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on it, see what happens. Another thing to look for, again, with these storms, anytime you start to see those little notches develop inside the storm, again, so let's go ahead and just take it out of motion real quick and just keep it stationary here. Just to the northeast of Bertram, again, just maybe a little bit of what we would call an inflow notch here. Maybe I'm just looking for any features that, okay, looking for any features that would indicate that this is this tornado warning, why we're getting that tornado warning. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Again, just in this last scan, we saw that get just a little bit messier than it was before. So again, let's go ahead and do a hail scan on this area just north of Bertram, north of 29. I just want to see if there is hail with this storm, because that would be another indication that this is a strong storm. So there's our velocity scan. Again, kind of some messy rotation, but something there. Anyway, and again, not seeing any hail with this storm. So a couple different things. Obviously, with the tornado warning in place, there is a radar indicated threat of a tornado with this storm. Nothing confirmed as of the last time I looked in the National Weather Service chat, the spotter network, so not seeing that. As far as other storms in our area, like, we're seeing a ton of rain moving across the area, so we do have flash flood warnings in effect until about 1 o'clock. So I want to join our television audience now. We've been streaming on the 6 Plus app, KCENTV.com. Want to welcome in our TV audience. Just doing a quick update on our storm situation. Again, flash flood warnings in effect for most of the viewing area at this point. Freestone, Limestone, down to Falls, down to Bell County, in fact. Again, a lot of rain moving. And what I want you to notice is this is a very linear batch of storms. It moves in a straight line, and unfortunately, storm, 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 storm. This is what we call training. You've heard us talk about training before. These storms lined up like train cars, all moving the same direction. So that's what's causing all of that rain. And that's what leads to these flash flood warnings that we're dealing with. So that's kind of an overview. As you look behind the storms, you see this red outlined area. That is a tornado watch. That's in effect until about 1 o'clock today. Again, we are dealing with some strong, powerful storms, and they're going to come wave after wave after wave. So as we zoom back in, it does look Yep, it looks like that tornado warning was allowed to expire on time. Still a severe thunderstorm warning, though, for Burnett County. And one thing else to look at, all of this lightning, these are very powerful, strong thunderstorms. So lightning, and so we did a hail scan just a couple of minutes ago, didn't see anything resembling hail. So the other reason why we would have a severe thunderstorm warning would be obviously strong winds. So let's do another velocity scan. Not necessarily looking for rotation this time. I just want to see how strong the winds are inside of this storm. Okay, so there's our box. All right, so take a look at these lighter shadings. If you want to go ahead and give me a little question mark click on these so we can kind of get an idea of how fast these winds are moving. I don't, something might be wrong with our system, but oh, there we go. That's what we're looking for right there. So 62 miles per hour. Now, is this 100% accurate? Probably not. Again, the further these storms get away from the radar site, the more up in the air that radar beam gets. So we might be seeing some mid-level winds. But if there's a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, again, that's 55 miles and up. So these are damaging winds that we're dealing with. Not seeing the tornado threat anymore, but as this continues to move off to the northeast, Briggs 1045, Youngsport 1116, Maxdale 1106, Killeen 1130, Harker Heights 1135, Nolanville 1140, and then into Belton, so into kind of the heart of Bell County here as we approach the lunch hour. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on here over the next couple of hours. Again, we are dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning anymore. That was allowed to expire. And I showed you the rotation was looking just a little on the messy side, so I can understand why that was allowed to expire. All right, so again, with all this lightning, we're still dealing with those damaging winds in parts of Burnett County. But again, for most of us across central Texas right now, let's go ahead and turn off the radar reflectivity if we can. I know, why would I be wanting to turn off the radar reflectivity? That's why we look at the radar, because I want to show you some of these watches and warnings if we can. Oh, I think it's a little higher on the list. Here, I'll jump over. I'm going to jump off the screen real quick. Sorry, folks, just having some trouble finding something in our system here. All right, so never mind. We'll leave the radar reflectivity up. We'll just talk about those watches and warnings. So anything in red that you see, again, this is a tornado watch for most of the area today. Flash flood warnings in effect for Bell County. That's until 1 o'clock. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 10:45. Excuse me. And I do wonder here over the next about 13 to 15 minutes if we'll see that one also be allowed to expire, because again, this storm not quite as well organized as it was just a few minutes ago. And again, we showed you the messy rotation. We're not seeing the hail. The only thing I would expect with that Burnett County storm would be those strong winds. The other thing that we're looking at is just a ton of lightning. And the other thing too is, again, I want to make note of the direction these storms are moving. Again, they line up southwest to northeast, and they're also moving southwest to northeast. That means you're going to get storm, you're going to get storm, you're going to get storm after storm after storm after storm. So that is why we're also dealing with that flash flood warning until about 1 o'clock. That threat is real. And again, take a look at some of these radar returns on our velocity scan. These are very strong winds according to our radar. Again, when you are dealing with radar, again, you're using a diagonal beam, so the higher up into the storm you get, the less accurate this is going to be, because you're looking more at those mid-level winds than you are the lower-level winds. But anytime we're seeing 75 miles per hour, it's entirely possible that winds at the surface are 50 plus. So this is an area that we'd be looking at that could potentially get a severe thunderstorm warning as we head through the next hour or so, because those winds are so strong. Flash flood warnings, again, in effect basically from the Trinity River all the way back to Bell County. So that's what we're dealing with, a lot of rain with these storms. Very strong rain in a few spots. Let's go ahead and turn off the lightning layer. Again, the lightning is super impressive, but it is kind of blocking, there we go, some of these higher returns. So anywhere you see these dark kind of burgundy colors, really the pink colors, that's going to be the strongest rain. That's where we typically look for hail cores as well. But anywhere you see these burgundy colors, so from Troy to Moody, and if we can go ahead and just stop the motion real quick. Okay. So yeah, so from Troy to Moody, all the way back to the Grove, down towards Killeen, these are strong pockets of rain. You might have heard a few of them, especially if you're in Temple, down to Salado. You might have heard some of these move over your head, and it's very loud because this is a lot of rain falling, and again, one other thing that's leading to these flash flood warnings. So let's take a wider look. Let's take a look at the entire area again. And again, our strongest storm right now is still down in Burnett County. Last time we checked, didn't see any hail. We saw the strong winds, so that would be the reason for that warning that it has, that severe thunderstorm warning. But that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. Again, not much here in the general area, so we're going to probably jump off air for just a couple of minutes, catch our breath, and then of course we'll keep the stream going so you'll be able to see the radar. You just may not be able to hear us for a couple of minutes as we kind of regroup and kind of check the chat and see what's going on, but we'll be back. I'm still good. I'm not sure which mic Whitney is on right now.
Tell her I'm on mic 5.
She's on mic 5.
2, 3, mic 5.
All right, I want to thank everybody for staying live with us here this morning. Again, we have a massive weather situation to talk about. Just want to kind of update you here at the top of the hour before we get you to live with Kelly and whoever she's hosting with these days. So let's take a look here. This is the swath of rain we've been dealing with all morning. And if we can go ahead and put this in motion, that extended the, that moved to the next graphic. Let's go ahead and go back to the radar. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom back out. Okay, we're just going to step off real quick. Okay. So taking a look again, this is the swath of storms. Again, it extends all the way from DFW all the way back to Burnett County. This is a long line of storms. It is continually moving from southwest to northeast. And the reason that's significant is because these storms are lined up southwest and northeast. So since that's the same motion, what's happening is several areas are getting storm after storm after storm after storm from southwest to northeast. So as that continues to happen, we are piling up the rain totals. We've seen rain totals of 5 inches plus from Troy to the Temple Airport all the way back down through southern Bell County. So, I mean, this is a ton of rain, lots of flooding concerns. Most of the area actually under a flash flood warning until about 1 o'clock. So, yeah, we are dealing with a lot of rain, and there's more on the way. Some areas could get upwards of possibly 7 more inches than that. So that's what we're dealing with. And again, we are still under this tornado watch, not seeing anything severe at the moment. The only severe thunderstorm warning that I saw just a second ago was up at the DFW Metroplex for Hunt County. For us right now, it is just rain, maybe some gusty winds coming out of some of these storms. But the rain is the story right now because, again, from Killeen to Temple up through Bruce Valetti into Troy, we've seen 5+ inches of rain, and there is more back on the backside. It is moving to the northeast, will continue to do so. So that is what we're dealing with right now. It is a rain concern. You see all the lightning strikes back down as well. So again, lots of cloud to ground lightning, rainfall, flooding, and those gusty winds, possibly upwards of about 40 miles per hour. Those are the concerns we're talking about right now. Not seeing anything that would indicate tornadic rotation. We're not seeing I'm not seeing anything that would indicate a hail core. If there's any hail with any of these storms, probably up near Galinda, and even that we're talking pea to dime sized hail, that pocket change sized hail. So nothing severe on the radar at the moment. But again, just wanted to make sure we got you updated this morning because, again, that rain, flash flood warning in effect for Bell County all the way back through Freestone County until about 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we're dealing with more rain. More is on the way. You can see it just continues to move southwest and northeast. So we're going to go ahead on air and get you back to live with Kelly and Mark, I believe, but we're going to stay on. We're going to stay on the. You can see what I know about pop culture. We're going to stay on the live stream on 6plus and KCENTV.com. So stay with us. We're going to jump off real quick, just kind of regroup, but we'll be back on the stream here in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for staying with us this morning. All right, just want to thank everybody for continuing to stay with us on our 6 Plus and our KCE and TV live stream this morning. Just a couple of things. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, but just a couple of things to talk about right now. If you are up in Galinda, again, moving just east of Lorena here, we are seeing a little bit of hail, so I want to show you the reflectivity. So these are the things that we look for. And so on the 6 Plus app, since I basically have all the time that I need, I'm going to give you a little quick science lesson. So this is what we're dealing with a storm right now. This is up into parts of McLennan County, again, just to the north of Galinda. Few things to take a look at. When we talk about a severe thunderstorm warning, what are we talking about? We're talking about winds of 55 miles an hour or greater. We're talking about 1-inch hail, and of course, anything that produces a tornado is also classified as a severe thunderstorm. So those are our criteria. So as we see this, when we're on air and we're talking to you for the 3 to 4 minutes that we have sometimes, when we're saying, well, this is what I'm seeing that indicates hail. First thing we look for on our Doppler radar, our reflectivity, are kind of these brighter purple shadings, because these are kind of that transition from like heavy rain into that what we usually call a hail core. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the computer. I'm going to zoom in on this with our little scope. I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So that's kind of that first shade of purple. If that is a hail core, it wouldn't be particularly strong hail. So why would this not be classified as a severe thunderstorm? If there's hail associated with it, because again, that hail requirement is 1-inch hail. So let's take a look inside. And so this is what we call our hail track, or our hail tool. And what it's showing us is basically anywhere the Doppler radar has found something that it would indicate as hail, it's going to give us some different colored shadings. The first shading you see, that darker gray, I mean, that's about as small as it gets. We click on that with our tool, it says it's just a little over 1/4 of an inch. So not anything really to be super overly concerned with, probably not the sort of thing that would cause an injury, probably not the sort of thing that would cause damage. And again, that's kind of where these criteria come from, the 55+ mile-an-hour winds, the 1-inch hail. We're looking for things that would cause damage, obviously. So we click this lighter gray, obviously a little bit bigger, that's a 1/2 inch. So when we see these things, again, probably not going to cause damage, but obviously not the sort of thing that you want to be outside for either. So when we show you these things, you know, most people, when we talk about, you know, 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 inch, these are not necessarily things that you have a great reference for. That's where we come up with some of these different little sort of similarities, I guess. I couldn't think of the word I wanted to use there. But so when we say 1/2-inch hail, that's like a marble. Okay, and so I know marbles are a little bit of an outdated reference, but just to kind of compare that, it's a little bit smaller than a penny. Okay, so that's what we're looking at with a 1/2-inch hail. With that 1/4-inch hail, I mean, that's a pea. We've all eaten green peas in our life. We've all eaten sweet peas. That's about how big a 1/4 of an inch is. So if you can imagine, it's not huge. This is where we say pocket change sized hail. This isn't even pocket change sized hail, as a matter of fact.
West of Marlin.
Okay, and so let's go ahead and move the radar to west of Marlin, because we're another thing, again, taking you behind the scenes because we have plenty of time this morning on our live stream, is we are constantly in communication with the National Weather Service, and they just, you know, made a comment that the storm to the west of Marlin, right here. In fact, the one we were just looking at, the one with that hail core, they believe it's getting to be a little bit more organized and could produce some larger hail and could have that potential for some rotational motion here as we head. So let's go ahead and look back inside it. This time, instead of hail, what we're going to do is we're going to change our tool to our velocity tool. And again, so I'm going to jump back in front of the camera here real quick just to point out a couple of things. So when we do velocity, when you see these green colors, so velocity, it's exactly what it sounds like. If you remember your physics class, velocity is just a fancy way of saying speed. Well, it's not really. That's an oversimplification, but that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the speed of the wind. So when we see green, that's moving towards the radar. We see red, that's moving away from the radar. So this storm is kind of on the cusp right now of 2 different radar stations. That's why you see the velocity kind of constantly change. It's kind of moving from our Colleen radar up to the DFW radar, and so it kind of goes back and forth. But one thing to take a note of, we use reds and greens, but when you start to see these lighter blue colors, these darker, those are extremely fast winds. This is probably 60 to 70 miles per hour up inside the storm. So again, 50 possibly at the surface. But what we're looking at here is kind of where the green, that's towards the radar, and the red, that's away from the radar, those start to come together. When that happens, that's our indication of rotation. As you can imagine, the wind comes towards the radar, and then on the other side it comes away. That's how our radars can indicate rotation. So when you issue a tornado warning, what we're seeing is usually not a spotted tornado. It's usually something that in the radar that has indicated there might be tornadic activity. To me, this is a little bit messy, but again, this is really far from the nearest radar. It's kind of between radars, but again, it is something to keep an eye on. And so I'm going to go ahead and widen this view just a little bit. And as I do so, we're going to get a little bit better picture here, because this is, again, it's some broad rotation, kind of messy rotation. So I'm going to zoom out. Actually, it looks pretty nice as we look at another tool here. We also have radars on our phone, and this, again, what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to change the radar site manually if I can, because I think we might get a little bit better view from a different radar site. So let's go. I'm gonna click on this so I can edit it. Okay, so that is this. Let's change to, okay, so I think what was happening was it was defaulting to the Fort Worth radar. What I have it set to now is the Killeen radar. This is a lot of a much cleaner look. And if you think about it, this is kind of in the middle between Killeen and DFW, but it's a little bit closer to Killeen. So I think this is giving us a little bit better image maybe of the lower levels. What we look for especially is what we call kind of these little couplets. And this is, again, still a little bit messy. According to this radar, what Whitney was just showing me on our phone, though, looks a lot cleaner, and I wish I could show you that, but we don't have that tool on air, unfortunately. But again, you can kind of see the reds and the greens coming together. So this is where we would be looking for that rotation. This is, if we were to get a tornado warning here in the next 20 minutes or so, this is likely the location we'd be looking at, because again, we are starting to see just a little bit of that wraparound. So we're going to go ahead and keep an eye on that. I'm going to step off the screen. We're going to continue looking through some of our tools. I'll keep talking over the video. But again, just kind of watching this little area just to the west of Marlin.
Let's look west of Salado too.
West of Salado, okay.
A little bit of a tightening there.
Yep. All right, so we're going to take it down to Salado. And here in our studio in Temple, you can hear the rain picking up. The returns aren't super great, but so let's go ahead and scope this again. We're going to look at that area just around Youngsport. All right, so yeah, so this is obviously, when you're in Salado, you're very close to Killeen. That's where our radar site is. So again, we're getting a really good image of the lower levels here. And again, we're starting to see a little bit of that come together here. Again, something to keep an eye on. Seems to be a lot of rotation with these storms. A lot of it is kind of broad level. We're watching it to see if it gets tighter and tighter and closer to the surface, because that's where we would definitely see those tornado warnings being issued, and we'd have that concern of tornadoes. But again, when you're seeing these come together, that's kind of what we're looking for. One thing that we do need to make note of here, again, this is so close to the what we call KGRK, that's the call letters for that radar site, is you are kind of right along that radar site, so you're going to see the reds, you're going to see the greens, but again, where you see these kind of come together there, that's the area that we'd be looking at for concern. So that's what we're dealing with as far as that goes. The other thing we've been dealing with all morning is just a lot of rain, and again, you kind of see that tighten up on that last scan there. So again, something to look at, just something to definitely keep an eye on there. And again, that's what we are kind of watching there. And again, we're watching that area up near Marlin as well. So that's kind of what we're keeping an eye on there. The other thing, though, is the rain. Obviously, we can hear it falling on our studio roof. You've probably heard it falling all morning long. Some areas 5 inches. We use our Mesonet tools to look for how much rain has fallen. Again, some of our sites, Temple Airport, over 5 inches. Troy, over 5 inches. A lot of rain falling this morning, and it's going to continue to fall as these storms continue to basically train one right behind the other. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at any signs of rotation. Again, we're going to continue to watch for those severe thunderstorms developing. When you have this much rain, I'm going to say this, and then what we're going to use the caveat, make sure we're staying prepared. What I'm going to say is when we have this kind of early rainfall, sometimes it does work to stabilize the atmosphere. So what we're going to be doing this afternoon is watching to see if we get more of that energy and we get these going. Because remember, there was an afternoon threat as well. So again, just with this much rainfall in the morning, we're not getting the heat. Okay, so what we'll be looking for is any of those lifting mechanisms as they move through the area can get any more of this severe weather off the ground. So something to keep an eye on. But this morning, definitely, again, A few storms showing some signs of wanting to tighten up, show some rotation, and again the rainfall. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna get rid of the scope real quick. We're gonna zoom back out, show the entire area. Okay, and then as I put this in motion, you'll see what the problem is with the rainfall, right? So if we get two storms, one to the north, one to the south, and they're both moving east, those two storms aren't going to hit each other. Well, the problem is we have storms from northeast to southwest, and the motion is generally from southwest to northeast. So these storms, one right after the other, are just making contact, and that is why we are seeing those rain totals up over 5 inches. I want to take a look at that Marlin storm again. And you can see up the hail core of this storm that was near Galinda, just south of Waco, has dissipated. We're not seeing that anymore. But again, taking a look at our rotation scans, and again, still showing some, kind of broad, messy rotation. We'll see if that tightens up at all. And obviously, if there's any tornado warning, we'll obviously be the first one to let you know. But again, just not seeing anything super tight. Let me do this. Let me jump back in there. Let me scope this storm again. And what happens if I change our radar site to DFW? I think that was the one that was showing us a pretty messy image earlier. It's probably a cleaner image, but it probably isn't giving us a great idea of what's happening with the winds, unfortunately. And right now, again, I'm just cycling through radar sites. I think probably Colleen might be our best bet with this storm at the moment. And again, it does show kind of that broad rotation. And other than rotation, again, these storms also have a history of spitting out some strong winds. So let's kind of take a look at kind of the wind situation. Again, 38, 40 miles per hour, again, over near Marlin. Showing 65, but I'm not sure I necessarily buy that. Probably, I would not be surprised if you're seeing 40 to 50 mile an hour winds with any of these storms. Again, sometimes when we do our wind scans, it gets a little bit higher up in the atmosphere because the beams go up at an angle, obviously. So the further away you get from a radar site, the obviously higher in the storm you're going to get, which is why it would be super helpful if we had a radar in Temple, but they're very expensive. Hey, I'm, as long as we're live,
transparency.
Yeah, as long as we're live streaming, I feel like the audience should know Doppler radars are not. That's we have our sites, and they are specifically chosen by the National Weather Service for the Doppler net, and so we go with it. But yes, obviously, would it be more helpful if every single town had their own Doppler radar? Absolutely, but that's not super realistic. So now, getting off my tangent, let's take a look to the west, because we're seeing some more development out in the big country, out in the Concho Valley right now. I just want to see where these storms are headed. Again, these are all kind of firing off on a dry line cold front that has been moving very slowly over the last 2 days. That's why we've been having so much activity. These storms right now pretty much pushing off to the east. So DFW, if you're traveling to DFW, if you have family in DFW, they have been getting hammered the last 2 days with hail and wind and the occasional tornado warning. So there is more activity heading that way. This, though, looks like it will probably track a little bit, probably up through probably Palo Pinto County and then off to the northeast after that. I don't know if that'll necessarily make it through DFW proper, but this gives us a good chance to do a case study on a thunderstorm. So as we're looking at this storm, that's kind of near Abilene right now. Looks like that might be in Nolan County. This isn't exactly textbook, but take a look here. And of course, as it goes to its next scan, as we pass the minute, it starts to dissipate. Again, so I would need to probably choose a different radar to take a look at the velocity inside of this one, see if there's any rotation. So let's do that. Let's go with San Angelo. That seems the most reasonable since that would be the closest. Again, not really seeing any rotation, but the things that I was looking at before, And again, it has dissipated in the last little while. Has a little pendant. We look for these little inflow notches where dry air is kind of being pulled in. That's usually a dead giveaway of rotation. And then again, we look for these hail cores, and where we would usually see if there was going to be tornadic activity would be kind of off just to the south of that main, lobe of the storm. So again, was going to do a case study, but that storm dissipated in the last scan, so never mind. We're going to go back to our
National Weather Service is saying 2 areas of interest moving into Salado, but also south of there between there and Jarrell on the county line.
Okay. Let's go down to the Bell County line down near Jarrell. Again, nothing great on the reflectivity returns, but that's why we use our scope. And we're going to reset this to the Austin radar so we can get a better idea of velocity. Perhaps Colleen would be better.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. And again, you can see this little area. And again, I'll jump back, or unless you want to jump on air, Whitney. Was that a thumb to point me over to the... All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look here. Again, this whole area is kind of on the dividing line, right? So if your radar is right here, again, green is towards the radar, red is away from the radar. So again, that's where this gets a little bit messy, but you can see these little areas, again, just along I-35 between Salado and Jarrell. You can kind of see a little bit of a couplet trying to form there. Same thing up on kind of the northwest side of Salado. That's where we're seeing these greens and reds come together. So just areas of interest for the National Weather Service to look at in order, in terms of do we want to issue a tornado warning or not, right? So obviously, the meteorologists we have in studio, we are able to kind of give you our thoughts and say, yes, we are seeing some rotation, but when it comes to those watches, warnings, obviously activation of the defense sirens, that does come down to the National Weather Service. That's kind of the delineation of duties, right? So we all are meteorologists, we're all tracking storms, we're all trying to figure out the best course of action, but as studio meteorologists, we don't necessarily have the ability to issue a warning, but I can tell you that, yeah, these are the sorts of things we look at in terms of when we're looking for rotation. So that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on right now. Basically, and unfortunately, really, if we're being honest with you, they're right along I-35. So we're going to continue to keep watching that. And unfortunately, these storms are also tracking to the northeast. And of course, I-35 through Bell County runs northeast. So these storms in this area that we're kind of interested in is going to continue likely to track right along I-35. And of course, that puts it right through all of our most populated areas. So again, something to keep an eye on there. So that's what we're looking at there. I want to take another look. Let's see what's still going on with that storm up in McLennan County as well. And again, at the moment, not seeing anything really that would indicate any hail threats. Again, we have the gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Again, we're just kind of keeping an eye on some of these areas of rotation. Yeah, I'm still seeing some indications of maybe a little rotation with the storms kind of between Marlin and Mart. And this is another great opportunity for us to just say, when we say the word rotation, that does not mean tornado.
Yeah.
Any storm can rotate. That's when we get, typically, actually Whitney and I were just talking about this earlier, when we get these cleaner systems that come through in the later parts of the spring, when you get the dry line, the cold front situation, you get these isolated supercells that are really easy to spot on radar, they're really easy to spot from the field, and any of those storms can rotate. That does not mean that it is going to spit out a tornado. So whenever we say rotation, I know that kind of gets people's ears to perk up, but that does not mean necessarily tornadic rotation. We always want to indicate if we're seeing what we would consider tornadic rotation versus just a general rotating motion of a thunderstorm. Because remember, tornadoes, at their max, at their max, if it was a big tornado, a large major tornado, we'd be talking a mile and a half wide at top. Some of these storms are 20, 30 miles across. So when we say broad rotation, it takes a little more than that to get those cyclones all the way down to the ground. So just a friendly reminder not to immediately run for shelter whenever we say the word rotation. We will definitely let you know if you need to look for shelter for sure. a receptor. And of course, we've got our live stream going all morning, but if something were to warrant it, we would also most definitely break in on channel 6 for sure. And if you hear dead air, no worries. We're just checking things. What's that?
Hey, are you having issues with the remote?
You're
Advancing with the remote?
just mute. Mute. No.
I was noticing it wasn't advancing, so is that not the...
Are you muted?
I'm not going to be able. Matt stepped off for a second. I'm going to show you guys a few more things. New cell, north of Lampasas, right on 183, headed towards 281. Well-traveled roads there. Brief heavy downpours, lightning. It is not severe. It's kind of separate from that main swath we've been focused on, but north of Lampasas. Headed in the general vicinity of Gatesville. Let's go ahead and fast track that. Potentially to Gatesville by about 12:30, so an hour from now, this new cell that's north of Lampasas. See what's developing to our southwest too. It actually looks like good news for a lot of us, including Bell County, that if you zoom out, we may have a lull here in the next hour and a half. So that's a piece of good news. It's been a few hours of heavy rainfall for some of us. I'm looking at rain totals too. As of right now, 24-hour rain totals. Tipples Airport, 5.7 inches. Troy, 5.4 inches. Stillhouse, northwest of Salado, south of Killeen, 4 inches. 2.2 inches at Killeen's Airport. 1 inch McGregor. So the main swath in the central portions of our viewing area, potentially upwards of 6 inches once this is said and done in northern Bell County. Absolutely think at this point there's probably ongoing flash flooding. Seeing videos and pictures from our Facebook page of running water in Killeen and Belton, all the way up to Waco. And then our eastern counties have been under a flood warning since I was on air this morning. Navasota River above Groesbeck, I'm seeing 4.3 inches. But more rainfall headed in that vicinity and direction here in the coming hours. At least in Bell County, it looks like, you know, here in the next hour and a half, we're actually going to get a lull in the rain, which is good news. It just started pouring here at the station, by the way. None of this is severe warned right now. Looking at the National Weather Service chat, and it's starting to quiet down, so that's good news. Looking like Bremen, Texas, reports of half-inch hail. Again, the parameters for a severe thunderstorm warning is hail that's an inch or greater in diameter, which is the size of a quarter. Looking like primary concern for the time being is flash flooding. And these storms are training over the same areas, meaning the same areas are getting impacted again and again and again, kind of this swath that's this red boxed in area, pretty much stretching from Lake LBJ and Kingsland in the hill country all the way up to south of Corsicana. Bremen,
yep.
Look at Matt. You know, Mahia gets everyone.
Yeah, it does.
By the way, Mahia also racking up quite a bit of rain over the past few hours, in the overnight hours too. Our northeastern counties were getting drenched, and look what's headed your direction. So I would think definitely flash flooding east of Waco for sure. I wouldn't recommend driving there over the next 24 hours.
No, especially Highway 14. I mean, if you've ever driven Highway 14, you know it can have its issues for sure.
Oh yeah. In the Bell County cell, you can see it's headed towards I-35 right now. I've got friends in Salado that are texting me. It's kind of super heavy right now, but slowing down as I talk. But we're here in Temple, and likely it's picking up. I can hear it overhead, but we're headed our direction. Belton too. It's right over Belton Lake.
And of course, we are headed towards the lunch hour, so just keep all this in mind as you're heading off to lunch, because there is likely, and sometimes in meteorologist speak, we will say, it's a possibility or it's likely. No, it's pretty much a given that there is going to be street flooding on your way from the office to your lunch.
And up in Waco.
Like a future graphic, because the one that we have is the main image, just says 8:30.
Alrighty.
I can jump on that.
Okay. Let's see if the weather chat says anything else. We're extending the flash flood warning for Freestone and Limestone counties. No surprise there. It is now extended until 1:15. So for the next 2-ish hours, Freestone, Limestone counties. Looking like more rain is on the way to you. So if there's already running water, likely ditches have water in them, creeks, dips in the roads, hilly areas.
Yep. Residential areas too. Funny story. I think I told you this earlier, but for the viewing audience, I live in I live on the west side of Temple, over in some new developments, and the drainage isn't the best. But I saw something this morning that I've never seen before, and that is one of my neighbor's trash cans was not blowing down the street in the wind. It was floating down the street on about 2 to 3 inches of water along the curb. So I've never seen a trash can float, but well, there you go. So that just gives you an idea of how much water is starting to pool along the sides. And then, obviously our station is downtown. We're off of Adams. Not Adams, I'm sorry, 3rd Street. Well, actually, we're kind of at the corner of 3rd and Adams, I suppose. But the sides of the roads through downtown, you can't drive in the lane closest to the curb right now. Otherwise, you're just going to be spraying everybody. And then, of course, we always talk about you run the risk. 2 inches of water can move a car. So we always reiterate that.
Yeah, I live in Salado, and there's a one-way low water bridge is what we call it. And people drive across it all the time, and there's running water on it.
It's not great.
Ooh, it'll take one time for that to happen, and it sweeps someone off. That people will stop doing that.
Exactly. One thing that we get used to saying in weather is don't be a hero.
Yeah. Gotta be safe. Highway 36, Temple to Gatesville. Quite a bit of heavy rainfall there right now, too. I can read some language from the Weather Service. There's actually been some supercells up in far northwest Texas too. I know my in-laws are came here to watch the eclipse, and they're headed back to Lubbock right now and trying to dodge severe weather up there too. So if you're here traveling or had family like me that visited that's leaving, you kind of want to monitor the whole state right now, because out in West Texas they're getting severe weather as well. We're kind of in the most dangerous swath today. But northeastern Texas, some impressive rain totals just out of our viewing area. I'm talking 6+ inches at this point. Probably an hour and a half north of Fairfield. So out of our viewing area, but still, if you have family like me that may be traveling back, definitely some flooded roadways.
Yep, and as I update the story on kcentv.com, one thing that you're seeing on your screens at the moment is just kind of a recap of our watches and warnings right now. The red box does indicate that tornado watch. And again, just something that something to wonder about, from a weather standpoint, is how apropos that tornado watch is going to end up being after what we've gotten this morning, all this morning convection. So something to keep an eye on. But the three things that I want to point out that are of the most concern is Western Bell, Coryell, and Western McLennan. That flash flood warning is in effect until 1:15, and we've given you anecdotal evidence all morning long of what we've been seeing as far as the street flooding goes. Obviously, Whitney was reading you some of the numbers from our Mesonet stations of just massive rainfall total. So this is not a joke. This is not a flash flood watch. Remember, there is a difference between watches and warnings. Warnings typically means that something is actively happening. If you're in Central Bell, and this basically runs the entire length of the I-35 corridor through Bell and McLennan, that's in effect until 1 o'clock, and then we have another flash flood warning in effect for our eastern counties, for Limestone and Freestone. If it'll give me my indicator, there we go. That is also until 1:15. So yeah, we're watching the storms come through. As Whitney was mentioning earlier, we've got that lull coming up. Hopefully what that'll do is allow some of that to run off. That way, if we do get more rain in the afternoon and the overnight, it won't just exacerbate conditions that are already existing.
I have a lot of people asking me, when is this going to be over? Are we going to get more rounds? I think we'll probably have a lull, and then we could have rounds this evening. It looks like potentially tomorrow morning, and then it starts to clear out finally. So that's the good news. It's going to be sunny by Thursday.
This will all be a distant memory. But of course, it's springtime in Texas, so we'll just re-rack and do it all again next week.
Yep. You know what? My yard is going to be green a little longer this year.
Absolutely. That's another thing we've been talking about for the past month or so. We're getting all these severe warnings, obviously a little bit earlier. Part of that can probably be contributed to our El Nino, La Nina patterns. And the other side of it obviously is just as our climate continues to evolve, these growing seasons, these rainy seasons, these severe seasons could get longer and longer. So I know for people that have allergies, that's probably not what you wanted to hear, but we move forward, of course. So if you're on the KCEN TV website right now, obviously, our digital director just came and let us know that, the image is getting a little bit old. I am updating it as we speak, kind of highlighting these flash flood warnings, because at the moment, we've been talking about severe weather all morning. At the moment, the flash flood warnings are really kind of the main talking point. So again, here in about 20 minutes, most of you will probably be heading off on your lunch hour. Again, just keep in mind that the roads could absolutely be a problem.
Just under 6 inches of rain has fallen in Temple in the past 24 hours. That's definitely a problem.
Yeah, it's not great. So
yeah.
What I'm going to do too is I'm going to make a list. Okay. So We have our weather aware, flash flood warning story up on KCEandTV.com. Let's go ahead and do as of 11:40. I'm going to go ahead and I'm literally typing on the website as we speak. As of 11:40 a.m. Whitney, if you want to read off some of those more impressive rain totals, I'm going to put them into this article.
Yep.
So we'll start with Temple, because I think that was pretty...
Yep. Temple's airport is 5.7 and growing.
Okay.
We've got Troy at 5.63. We've got Stillhouse Lake, 4.6. Oh, wow. We're registering 6.21 at Temple's airport now. It updated. Wow.
Yeah. It's coming down quick. We can hear it on the roof.
Just updated some of these numbers. Let's look east a little bit. I know they've had quite a bit. But Temple, the big winners right now.
Absolutely.
Let's let these populate. Waco only 0.78 right now. They haven't caught the brunt yet.
Not... And they unfortunately in Waco didn't really catch a lot of the rain yesterday.
Yeah.
It's tried to stay east of I-35, and you can see as we zoom out here, I'm going to zoom out on our live stream. It's moving just south of Waco, and you can see the motion is continuing to take it south of Waco. And what's slightly aggravating about that, obviously, is as we head towards summer, drought conditions, we want to stack up as much rain early in the year as possible. I know it doesn't quite work that way, but Waco and College Station, those are our two main areas within our viewing area where we kind of compile our records and our averages. Mm-hmm. So Waco, that's the National Weather Service has a site there where we that's where we get our seasonal averages. It's where we get our daily records from. College Station for the Brazos Valley, that's where we get our, again, seasonal records and things like that. So what will happen inevitably is we'll get on air, we'll show our almanac, which shows daily rainfall totals, and it'll show next to nothing, and then somebody who's in, say, Marlin will say, well, that's not right. And so that's why we usually, what we do is we'll try to follow that up with a rainfall totals graphic that gives a better canvas of the area as well. Because again, in this situation, we're getting a lot of rain across central Texas. None of it is falling in Waco. So that's one of the things that we have to look out for, and that's one of the things we have to be cognizant of when we use those almanac type graphics, and we always want to follow it up with again, a canvas of the area. All right, our web story on KCEandTV.com is updated. And then I'm also going to throw these numbers on Facebook as well.
There's more forming down near Marble Falls. So, yeah, we have a training situation for sure at this point. National Weather Service out of, I believe, Abilene, has issued a statement for just out of the western portions of our viewing area, San Saba pointing west for potential severe weather later on, a second round. Little different setup. I think the primary threat will be hail for this evening, but our western counties included in that, far west. So we'll have to watch those later on. I think the flooding is going to turn out to be the main concern just because it's situated right on I-35, unfortunately. Yep, they're going to have a new flash flood warning coming out shortly for Bell County. No surprise there. Over 6 inches of rain has fallen here in Temple. Creeks are going up. I'm hearing Nolan Creek and Belton, Slato Creek starting to rise. So that'll be an issue. Low-lying areas, drainage, ditch, and Matt was saying earlier, neighborhoods too. I mean, outside of the station, it could sprinkle here and there's water right there on the curbs. So I can imagine that right now there's a river on the street.
In fact, I'm going to go.
Let's get a video of that.
I'm going to go grab a video of that and we're going to put it on Facebook.
Yes.
I turned my microphone off as I was saying that. We're going to put the video on Facebook after I take it.
Ooh, it's pouring here. Let me fix my mic and let you guys know I'm looking at a chat with the National Weather Service. They're saying travel absolutely not advisable in Bell County, including the city of Temple, between Temple and Waco as well. Ongoing flash flooding becoming a concern for sure. We've had over 6 inches of rain fall at Temple's airport since yesterday late afternoon. That is a ton of water. Ongoing flash flooding issue near Burnett right now. I'm seeing a little more activity forming. So it's not over quite yet, folks. Over 6 inches in some areas, including here in Temple, has fallen. I'm hearing of street flooding in Colleen, Harker Heights, Salato, Belton, Temple, of course, upwards towards Troy and Mejia, our northeastern counties. These storms are training, meaning they're going in a line, affecting the same areas over and over. So definitely Bell County. Over the next few hours, I would not recommend travel if you can avoid it.
Do we have a mesonet station in Wood?
Not that I know of. Can you hold that? Stuck.
All right. If you're joining us on Facebook, as promised, went out and took a picture of the 3rd Street River. That is now up. So again, if you're heading off on your lunch break, keep in mind that street flooding is basically as close to a guarantee as we get at this point. So just to recap where we are, again, for our streaming audience, we are dealing with a new flash flood warning for Bell County, and this includes Temple, Killeen, almost reaches down to Salado. This is in effect until 3 o'clock. When we say flash flooding as opposed to just general flooding, that means that everything's already saturated. We could already be experiencing flooding. It also means that flooding can happen with little to no warning. So if you're out and about, just because something looks safe doesn't mean when you turn around and come back the other way after reaching your destination, when you're returning home, doesn't mean it won't be a problem. It can happen quickly, especially in these situations where everything is saturated. So another thing worth mentioning, we're watching as these storms continue to move across. An area I want to focus on real quick. One of our viewers sent in video of a situation currently going on in West Temple. You find it here on our radar. So there's Belton, there's Temple. So if you're heading down Adams, okay, and so let's find Adams. So this should be Adams. Let's find it real quick. So that's going to be Highway 36. Oddly enough, Adams, despite being an important road, does not show up on our maps. Okay, well, that's interesting. In either event, if you're traveling eastbound on Adams, one of our viewers, Gilbert Mojica, if you're on our KCE and TV Facebook page, send in a video. It does look like there is some flooding occurring just before 317 on West Adams as you're heading eastbound. So it does not look like that is particularly passable right now. So again, that area of Adams right here near 317. It does look to be inundated with water. It looks like they are causing people, based on the video that was sent to us on Facebook, it looks like they're telling people to turn into those residential neighborhoods and not go through that intersection right there at 317. Looks like there was, in the video that we saw, and again, if you're on our KCE and TV Facebook page, you'll see it yourself. It does look like 2 Temple fire trucks are diverting traffic away from that intersection. So that again gives you an idea, excuse me, of how much rain is falling. So there could be a chance for us to see some breaks, and I'm going to jump on screen real quick. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. If you look at this whole system, right, we've been watching it kind of move northeast all morning. These training systems, they're just like train cars, right? They one right behind the other. That's what's caused the huge rain totals, basically along a very thin swath of land. What we're seeing now is in this kind of southern extent of the storms, a little bit more of an eastern push. That could be good news for a lot of us that have already seen a lot of rain, because that does not necessarily mean the rain will come to an end, but we could be dealing with a situation where that rain certainly slows down for a little while, which we definitely need, because we still have more rounds of thunderstorms in the forecast as we head through the rest of the evening. Excuse me. So that's what we're dealing with. And so if we can get some of these storms just to push a little bit off to the east here, let the I-35 corridor kind of soak in for at least an hour or so, or at least see that rain slow down for a little while, that would be an ideal situation for us to kind of alleviate some of that flooding threat. We're not going to get rid of it. Again, this newest flash flood warning that you're seeing here outlined in green for Bell County, that is in effect until 3 o'clock. So again, we're expecting this to be a situation for at least a little while. Right now, though, again, we've been talking about it all morning. That is the primary concern. That is the main talking point for us right now. It's not the tornado watches. It's not the hail, the winds, or anything like that. It is just simply the sheer amount of rain that is falling across the area. So something to be concerned with there, especially now we are into that lunch hour. A lot of people are going to be on the roads. And the last time I checked my Maps app, yeah, it looks like we have some wrecks on I-35. It looks like it's slow going around the loop, around the Dodge and Loop. It looks like there's some slowdowns up near Waco. So basically along the I-35 corridor through McLennan and Bell counties right now. And probably if you're heading to Austin, I'm assuming it's probably a similar situation as you're heading through Williamson County as well, is we are dealing with some wrecks, we're dealing with wet roadways, and of course not ideal driving situations. So obviously allow yourself a little bit extra time, increase those following distances, and again, even coming in on airport this morning, coming down Highway 53, still lost traction, hydroplaned a couple of times, and that was before a bulk of this rain had fallen. So again, that's what we're dealing with. Something we always remind you, it only takes 2 inches to move a car, right? So we always say turn around, don't drown. If you see those flooded roadways, don't risk it. You know, this is not the time to be a hero, because it can carry you away. 2 inches of water can move a car. That's something we always say, and up to 6 inches to move a large truck. So again, keep in mind that as you see these wet roadways, these puddles, again, you can't always tell how deep they are. So we want to make sure that we are being very cautious out on the roadways this morning, because a lot of rain has fallen and there is more on the way. Again, I can hear it lightening up here in Temple. So again, kind of pushing just a little bit east at the moment. That is good news. It'll help us dry out a little bit. It's also good news for folks like in Milam County down to the Brazos Valley, where they may not necessarily have seen a lot of the rain yet, so a chance for them to pick up some of those totals as well. Because aside from the flooding threat, we absolutely do want the rain. There is no doubt. We know what happens in the summer when that tap gets turned off. So, but you know, ideally it doesn't fall 5 and 6 inches at a time, because that's what leads to these flooding concerns. So again, going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to step off screen. We're going to regroup just a little bit, but we're going to leave the radar going here on the stream so you can continue to watch it and kind of see where this rain is headed and where it is going. So that is what we're going to continue to do as we continue through the morning here. Yeah. Sounds good. Perfect. So.
Okay, will you still have, are you still gonna, so you're gonna go for like 15 minutes?
Well, good morning, Central Texas. Again, I want to thank everybody for staying with us this morning. And of course, for those that are on our live stream, I want to thank y'all for staying with us. And for our viewers on air, just want to cut in real quick here for a couple of minutes because we do have a new development in our thunderstorm situation. This is going to be for parts of Coryell, Lampasas, and Hamilton County. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. So when we talk about severe thunderstorm warnings, we're likely talking large hail, the possibility of some strong gusty winds, possibly damaging winds as well. So I'm going to step off the screen. We're going to zoom in on this and figure out what's going on, figure out why that was issued, and so we can keep everybody safe, especially up there in parts of Coryell and Hamilton counties. You can see everything generally moving off to the northeast, so that's where these storms are headed. So this is going to run through Coryell County before eventually making it into Hamilton County. So this is the storm in question. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for about the next hour. That's pretty standard for these storms. So let's take a look at this storm and see what is happening inside of it. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to look for any signatures of hail. Again, we see the dark pink there, the purple color in the middle. That is what would indicate a hail core. First thing we look at here, though, is velocity. And again, when we talk about velocity, we're looking for anywhere where these storms could be showing some signs of rotation, where you see the reds approaching the greens. So again, what this could indicate possibly is these are winds that are heading kind of towards the radar station, and the reds would be winds that are heading away. So that's where we look for this rotation. Again, possibly some broad level rotation here, but a couple of things I want to look at. You see these brighter green colors. These are going to be your strong damaging winds here, possibly up towards the 55 miles per hour. That would be that severe criteria. So that's what we're looking for. Just to the northeast of Evant there, that's kind of where we're seeing some of those strongest winds on our radar scans right now. The other thing that I said I wanted to look for, of course, is hail. So again, wind and hail, those are kind of the primary threats. Yes, we talk about rotation, but this is broad rotation. I mentioned this on our live stream earlier, is whenever we talk about rotation, we're not necessarily talking about a tornado. A whole storm can be rotating, and that does not necessarily mean that rotation is making it down to the lower levels. It does not mean it's tight enough to be seeing that tornadic activity. So when we do our hail measurement here, we're seeing some pretty bright colors in the middle here. This is potentially very large hail. So let's see here, 2.4 inches. So 2.5 inches, that is a very large hail. So again, our severe criteria is 1 inch. So when we talk about 2.4 inches, just about 2.5 inches, that is basically tennis ball sized hail. So again, we're talking hailstones the size of tennis balls potentially in the middle of this storm. So if you've ever played tennis, it's about that big, right? So that's where this is happening, just to the east of Highway, I believe that's 281, not just 81 there. And that is moving off to the northeast. So that's going to cross Highway 84 just to the east of Evant there and continue moving on through parts of Coryell and into eventually Hamilton County there as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a track on this real quick to see where it's heading and when we might expect it to be arriving in those next few areas. So let's go ahead and remove our scope. Okay, and so again, all this is moving to the northeast, and these storms, I'm just going to do a quick check to get a quick speed check here. And so what we're seeing is this storm is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to put a track on this here for you and see when it is heading and where it is heading. So over the next hour, okay. So as this storm continues to move off to the northeast, we're looking for Pramila here about 1240, Ater about 1256, Jonesboro by 104, and then into Pancake by 112. So that's where this storm is heading. Not the most populated areas, but obviously if you are in these areas, Pramila, Jonesboro, this storm is heading your way, and it again is dropping up to radar indicated. No confirmation on this, but radar indicated hailstones, of 2.5 inches, which again, that is tennis ball sized hail. So that's what we're seeing in this storm, kind of in the western parts of the viewing area. The rest of us at this time, the biggest concern for most of central Texas, outside of what you're seeing with this severe thunderstorm right now, most of us are still dealing with just the very heavy rainfall. So I'm going to zoom out real quick. We're going to take a look at the whole area, and then I'm going to send you back to your regular scheduled programming until we come back in a few minutes for our next news break. So this is what we're dealing with right now. You see these flash flood warnings in effect until about 3 o'clock for parts of Bell County. The other ones, again, for Freestone, Limestone, those are in effect until 1:15. But again, this flash flood warning for Bell County in effect until about 3 o'clock. So what we're going to do is I'm going to step off, catch my breath here, and in about 3 minutes we're going to be coming back with your news break. So we'll catch you back up on the weather in here in just a few minutes. For now, though, back to your programming. And for those of us that are still on the live stream, this is again what we're looking at. Okay. All right, again, if you're still with us on the live stream on KCENTV.com and the 6 Plus app, again, we are still continuing to track these storms. I'm going to mute my microphone for just a couple of minutes here. Again, the biggest storm right now we're dealing with is just to the west of Gatesville, again, moving up towards Highway 84. So we're going to zoom in on that and take a look. Yes. Yeah. Okay. 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 My microphone's still open? Yes, it is. Okay. All right, so again, we're going to be on air here in just about a minute, but for those of you still on our live stream, of course, the thing that we're going to be talking about for our 5-minute news break is probably going to be the severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, it is affecting areas just to the east of Evan. It doesn't look like it's going to go through the town specifically, but it is going to go to the west. It is going to go to the east, rather. It is going to go along Highway 84 here over the next couple of minutes. So we are just waiting now until we get the call from our control room to go on air. It sounds like we're about 30 seconds out. So at that point, we'll stay on the stream, but at that point, you'll be able to catch us on 6 News on your TV as well. So we're just kind of waiting for that countdown to come through, and then we're going to talk more about this storm, which is producing some very large hail at this time. Again, about 2.5 inches with this storm. And again, that's in effect until about 1:15. So, yeah, like I said, it's very large. All right, want to welcome in our television audience as well. We've been on the live stream all morning long, keeping you up to date on the weather. Up to this point, it's primarily been a flooding threat, but at this time, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning to talk about in parts of Coryell County, moving into Hamilton County here over the next few minutes. It's moving just to the east of Evant. It's going to move right over Highway 84. So again, if you know anybody who's traveling along Highway 84, they have about just a couple of minutes here until this storm is going to move right over the highway. And it is dropping some very large hail at this time. In fact, I'm going to step off. I'm going to show you our hail scope so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. This storm, again, the hail core just to the east of Evant is going to move over Highway 84 just momentarily. As we take a look inside the storm, we're going to stop the motion. Take a look inside the storm and take a look. You can see these very bright pink shadings with our hail tracker. Again, that's where we're seeing that largest hail. So we're just going to do a quick question here. 2.3 inches. So again, 2.5 inches. 2.5 inches is the diameter of a tennis ball. If you're more of a baseball person, that's 2.75 inches. So this is just under tennis ball sized hail. So, I mean, we're talking very large hailstones potentially. Again, this is not confirmed. This is radar indicated. So we don't have any confirmation of the size, but our radar is telling us that these hailstones are able to grow to these immense sizes. So the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 1:15. What I'm going to do is I'm going to step off real quick again. I'm going to put a tracker on this so you can kind of see when it'll be in your neighborhood as it continues to travel off to the northeast. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the hail scope tool. And we are just going to put a tracker on it. It looks like it's moving at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to set that up, and we're just going to run the tracker to the northeast. All right, so Whiteway 1247, Jonesboro 1250. So if you're in Jonesboro, this would be the time when I would advise you to be inside of a building or your vehicle. I would not suggest driving, but if you are standing in a field right now looking at your phone, yes, be inside a vehicle because it'll offer some protection from, again, these very large hailstones that are falling out of this storm. So I want to put a little bit longer of a track on this, so that's why I zoomed out. We're just going to shift this a little bit to the north. And because, again, we have other communities that could be impacted by this storm as well. So we're going to put a track on this from that hail core to the north for about the next hour and a half. Now, does this mean the storm will hold together for an hour and a half? Not necessarily. But again, if it holds together, if it continues producing this large hail, this is where it's headed. So again, that warning expires at 1:15. By that point, it looks like it'll be in Granville's Gap, Lanham at 1:06, Whiteway at 12:52, Alamon there at 12:47. If it continues to hold together, it'll move into Bosque County and should be in Meridian by about 1:45. So that's kind of the track on this storm right now. Again, producing very large hail. Again, radar indicated just under 2.5 inches, just under the size of a tennis ball. That's what our radar is telling us right now with this particular storm. Again, moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. I want to check the wind gusts too, because that is the other factor, of course, of a severe thunderstorm. It's not just hail, it's also wind. So let's go ahead and do a velocity scan inside of the storm to figure out what is happening with the winds. And then, of course, we will be jumping off air again here in just a couple of minutes, and we'll be going back to our live stream. So again, continue to join us on KCNTV.com and on 6 Plus, but it sounds like we have just about a minute left here. So the winds are not showing as impressive with this storm. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to change our radar site so that I can see if maybe there's a better view we can get, likely from the DFW radar here. Yeah, okay, so that's going to give us a better view. So let's take a look inside here. Again, these winds could be up in the storm, so this is not necessarily a guaranteed what you're seeing at the surface, but it gives you a general idea. So again, the hail, it looked like on that last scan down to about 2 inches, so that's some good news. The bad news is these are still damaging winds. We're still talking upwards of 50 miles per hour, again, as it continues to move off to the north, now passing over Highway 84. Will continue its track over 36 and then continue up into Hamilton and then eventually into Bosque County as well. So before the end of our news break here, let's go ahead and just take one more wide look at the area and what's going on, because again, we have that one severe thunderstorm, but the more overarching concern we've had all morning has been with the rain. We're going to jump off air right now, but feel free to continue to join us on the 6 Plus app and on KCENTV.com. We will continue our live stream throughout the morning. Okay, again, thanks for continuing to join us on our 6 Plus and KCENTV.com live stream. We are continuing to track this weather throughout the morning. And again, the story right now, outside of that severe thunderstorm warning for Coryell County, is the rainfall. So as we zoom in again on the central parts of central Texas, that's Bell and McLennan County, we have a couple of flash flood warnings still in effect for northwestern Bell County. That one's in effect until 3 o'clock. The rest of us under a flash flood warning until about 1 o'clock. I have a feeling that some of these could get extended. Let's continue tracking off to the northeast here so we can take a look at some of these other watches and warnings. Again, for Limestone and Freestone County until about 1:15. But again, all these storms continue to track that direction, so it's entirely possible that you could see these flash flood warnings get extended. The good news, I mentioned it earlier, and I'll mention it again, is that these storms seem to be tracking just a little bit more east of northeast at this time. So they've been tracking northeast all morning. There's a little bit more of an easterly flow to them now, and that's taking them kind of away from the I-35 corridor. Why is that good news? Because areas near the Temple, the Dragon Miller Airport have seen over 6 inches of rain already this morning, and that obviously has led to several flooding concerns. So there are areas, though, in the Brazos Valley, in areas to our east that haven't seen nearly the amount of rain that the I-35 corridor has gotten. So this is good news all around because it should allow us at least a modicum of a break before we get more rounds of showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. But it also allows those areas to the east to see the rain that, again, we all know we need here in the spring before, obviously, the summer comes around. So that's what we're dealing with across the area. Out to the west, still seeing more storm development. So when we talked about, rounds 3 and 4, this is what we're talking about. You can see kind of the center of low pressure that's kind of been the culprit for all this. Really still kind of centered over southeast New Mexico, the high plains there, and the Permian Basin. So that's kind of where this whole system is kind of stemming from. It will continue to move east, and it will continue to give us more rounds of showers and thunderstorms, not just this afternoon, but really into the overnights as well. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to set up our forecast model here so we can kind of see what's going to happen over the next several hours and into tomorrow. So here we go. We're going to start this. Interesting. I don't know why WSI is yelling at me. Give me 2 seconds. All right, it's just resetting. And of course, if you're following our live stream right now and you have pictures and videos that you're able to take safely, I cannot stress that enough, do not take video while you're driving, especially in these conditions. But if you're at home right now and you want to step outside and snap a picture of what your street looks like right now, any flooding that you're seeing, anything that you're seeing at all that you think would be good for the people around the area to see, feel free to send it to us. You can send it to weather@kcen.com or kcentv.com. You can send it to news@kcentv.com, and we will be able to get that on the air. All right, so let's take a look at our forecast model. All right, so I changed the parameters here a little bit. We're going to set this to today, and instead of starting it at 10 p.m., we're going to start it at 12 p.m. All right, so we're looking at this, and as I put it in motion, it's a little heavy-handed, and this particular model is called the HRRR. It's High Resolution Rapid Refresh. So it's high resolution, meaning it gives us better views of what the storms are going to look like. Rapid refresh just means that they update it every single hour. So whenever you're seeing me use this particular forecast model, the HRRR, it's likely been updated in the last hour. So that's what's good about this model. The thing that it has been a little bit this week, and I caution you this, is it's been a little heavy-handed with the strength of the storms. You can see the bright purple shadings there right around Marlin at 12 p.m. I don't think we saw that in the last half hour. So again, a little heavy-handed, but it gives us a good idea of timing. And as we put it in motion, it does show kind of a lull here over the early afternoon hours. But then as we head towards this evening, remember I told you there was going to be more activity coming in from the west. It's trying to pull in some discrete storms right around dinner time, 7, 8 o'clock, and then push them through as we head into the overnight hours. Then we're going to get, so this was round 2, we'll call that round 3. Then round 4 comes in, and this is going to be a bulk of rain. It's not necessarily going to be the most severe weather. Obviously, it's coming through in the middle of the night, just in time for Texas Today to come on 4:30 there. Don't expect this one to be severe, but it'll be more rain for areas that have already received quite a bit of rain. The severe threat's going to be off to the east. After that, so I need to extend this a little bit more. It only goes through 7 a.m. tomorrow. I want this to go a little bit further. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So some of this data I'm seeing for the first time because, and again, just to pull back the curtain just a little bit for you, when we talk about these models, they're updated every hour on the hour. Sometimes when I'm seeing this data, especially on a live stream, if you're watching the 5, 6, or 10 o'clock news, I've already seen it, but on a live stream, might be the first time I'm seeing this data. And this is really pulling some strong storms through for Wednesday afternoon, which is not necessarily something we were expecting with this particular system. We were kind of expecting everything to move out Wednesday as a cold front comes through. It's lasting a little bit longer and a little bit stronger for Wednesday than maybe we were expecting. So something in the data is telling this particular computer model that we are expecting, again, another round possibly as we head through Wednesday afternoon. What we do know for sure at this point is that by Thursday, this will all be gone. We'll be back to mostly sunny skies. It'll be breezy. Winds will be out of the north. That's what we're expecting for Thursday. And really, that's what we're expecting for late Wednesday. We just got to get the storms out first. So it's going to be a matter of when that cold front comes through. So that was, again, what we call the HRRR. Now we're going to go to what's called the graph, G-R-A-F. If I'm being 100% honest with you, I don't necessarily know what that stands for. But the graph, so again, to pull back the curtain just a little bit for you, obviously when we use these computer systems, they have to come from somewhere. Well, this is what we call WSI. It comes from the Weather Company. Literally, that's their name, the Weather Company. They're also the parent company of the Weather Channel. They have their own in-house model. And that in-house model is called the graph. And a lot of the time, it is really good with timing. Whereas the HRRR kind of overplays the strength of the storms, the graph kind of underplays it just a little bit. Although as I'm looking at this, excuse me, this for the most part is exactly what we were seeing at noon. It picked up on a discrete cell out near Gatesville. It's got the line of showers from basically from the Trinity River all the way down through Williamson County. And as I put it in motion, it just continues to push those storms across. Again, same thing, we get that break in the activity as we head towards the afternoon hours, and then here comes round 3. Now, what you'll notice is on the last model I showed you, it brought the storms in a lot quicker, and it brought them in as what we call discrete cells. In other words, it brought them in by themselves. That would be a little bit of a stronger storm situation. When we come through as a solid line like this, yeah, there's the straight line wind threat, there's a small hail threat, but the overall severe threat does diminish a little bit when we get these lines of thunderstorms. Pushes out by early Wednesday, and then again, whereas the HRRR showed us a lot of wraparound activity, including some stronger storms, I tend to think that my thinking would be more in line with the graph model, because as the backside of this low pressure system comes through, and I don't know if you can see in this, the cloud cover, you can see that counterclockwise rotation. That tells us there's a center of low pressure at the surface moving across. As it moves through, you're getting drier, cooler air being pulled in from the backside of the storm. So my thinking is probably more in line with the graph, and the reason I feel that way is just because When this initializes, okay, we have the initial data set that it's ingesting to perform its forecast calculations. The initial, the initial conditions here look a little bit more like what we're actually seeing than maybe what we're seeing on the HRRR model. So I'm thinking probably more in line with this. The other thing that I'm wondering about too, and I've mentioned this a couple of times this morning, is with all the rain we've seen this morning, that has a tendency to stabilize the atmosphere a little bit. So as that next dry line cold front comes through, is it going to be able to, is it going to have enough energy to work with to spit out the severe thunderstorms that the last model I showed you was working with? And so that's what I'm kind of looking at here, is if we get the breaks in the cloud cover from about 3 through about 5, yeah, it's entirely possible, but I wonder if the atmosphere is just going to be zapped by then. So yes, there is still a severe threat for this afternoon. I am not discounting that in any way. I'm just thinking out loud and wondering how much the atmosphere has been stabilized by these morning storms. Just thinking out loud at this point. Have not finalized the forecast yet. Obviously, been kind of tracking storms all morning. Haven't had much of a chance to look at future data. But you can see, so what I just did, I turned on the wind particles. Those are those kind of glowing green things that you see right there. That would appear to be the front moving through before daybreak on Wednesday. If that happens, and again, we get a little bit of that wraparound activity on the backside of the low, but that cold front will work to remove pretty much everything from the forecast, and we'll be clearing out as I think as we head towards Wednesday evening. So that is what it sounds like when a meteorologist goes through his forecasting techniques. I'm just kind of looking and keeping an eye and kind of wondering how this morning will affect this afternoon. Everybody always wonders when we get these forecasts not 100% correct sometimes. That's one thing that we look at is we forecast these things 3 days in advance, and then something will happen on the morning that will entirely change the entire outcome of the day. So, for instance, if we were to have a severe threat and we wake up, and it's totally cloudy that morning, then those the days we kind of say, well, this probably isn't going to happen today unless the sun comes out. So again, it's those little micro factors that happen the day of that can sometimes throw off a little bit of a forecast. So that's what we're looking at. And of course, we'll continue our live stream throughout the morning. So just stay with us, keep us on in the background. And if you hear my voice, there's probably something that you should be paying attention to for sure. Perfect.
All right, those of you that are still with us on our live stream, just a couple of updates here as I've been kind of scrolling through the National Weather Service page. The great thing about the National Weather Service chat that we can be in is it also includes emergency management, so we can get you more pinpoint location. And so what we're looking at is we've had high water reports from Limestone County in Mejia, near Paris and Milam. We had a viewer on our Facebook page send us a video from West Adams near 317 in Temple. That's West Temple, of course. There was some high water on the roads being blocked off by fire trucks, and traffic was being diverted. That was a while back, probably about an hour ago or so. And then we get, messages like this, talking about rainfall rates across central Texas not being as high as they were early in the day. The problem is, even as rainfall rates diminish, okay, and you can see on our radar on the screen, rain has moved to the east of Temple. The problem is any rain at this point, because we've already seen, and I'm going to double check. I've been saying 6 1/4. I want to double check that for you because Temple has been the main recipient of the rain this morning. So I'm just going to double check the most recent observation from the Texas Mesonet there and see what we've got in Temple, because I wonder if maybe it's even higher than that at this point. Yeah, so Troy is up to 6.97, so almost 7 inches. Temple at the Drogenmiller Airport, again, that's almost 7 inches, 6.94 inches. So a lot of rainfall. 5 inches, 5.01, just a little over 5 inches at the pump station near Stillhouse Hollow. So that's down near Salado. 2.82, so almost 3 inches in Salado at the southbound I-35 rest area. 2.65 in Rogers, so a little over 2.5. Groesbeck, and so again, we saw that high water report out of Mejia. The Navasota River near Groesbeck, that's 5 and almost a third, 5.29. 3.22 inches, so almost 3 1/4 there. Big Creek near Freestone, that's of course in Freestone County. What's really interesting about this entire situation, of course, is that if you're in Waco and you're watching our live stream right now, you're probably thinking to yourself, none of this is happening. And all of, take a look on our radar screen. The entire axis of this rain, the entire southwest and northeast track of this rain has kept it, just south of Waco. We saw some strong rain, small hail core near Galinda earlier, so that was in McLennan County. Obviously, Moody, a little bit of rain earlier. Mart has seen some rain, but the track has just kept it south of Waco. And so, so still less than an inch, approaching an inch. And that's at Lake Waco, or Waco Lake. Waco Regional Airport, 0.63. 0.4 at Hog Creek near Crawford, half an inch. The Bosque River near McGregor. 0.44 at McGregor Executive Airport, 1.46, so a little bit less than an inch and a half in McGregor, the city of Gatesville. The Leon River there station near Gatesville has picked up about 3/4 of an inch. The Gatesville City County Airport has picked up 0.7. So you can see this axis, the main axis of rain has actually been really thin this morning. And that's why for folks in say Bremond or Thornton or Groesbeck, the Highway 14, Highway 6 corridor, Groesbeck, you've seen a ton of rain, Mejia's seen a ton of rain, but for Thornton, Bremond, down to Rosebud, even into Robertson County, as this tracks east, those rainfall rates are coming down, but you're going to get some beneficial rain here over the next several minutes or so. So, let's again take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning. And here in just a couple of minutes, we're going to be going on air as well. So you'll hear me welcome that on-air audience as well. But of course, the live stream will continue as we continue through the morning and now into the afternoon. I didn't even realize it was afternoon at this point. So taking a look inside this storm that has the severe thunderstorm warning, I did see in the National Weather Service chat they were thinking of dropping the severe warning, and I can kind of see why. It is breaking down. It is diminishing as it continues to move off to the northeast. The winds, again, have died down just a little bit, not showing those signs of rotation that we were seeing seeing earlier. And as we take a look at the hail, again, this likely, as I take a look, has dropped below severe criteria. 0.8, not much below, still pretty close to a quarter, somewhere between nickel and quarter-sized hail. So pocket change-sized hail falling out of the storm, and again, those winds of about 40 miles per hour. This warning is in effect until 1:15. So one of two things is likely to happen here is they're either going to let it just run its course to 1:15, or they will retire it early, and either one of those is likely at this point. I don't suspect, unless we see something change dramatically in the next data scan, I don't see them extending this severe thunderstorm warning. So, like I said, about 2 minutes away now from going on air, but of course we'll stay on the stream. But I'm going to just get a look at some things, gather my thoughts, and I will let you continue to watch this storm in Hamilton County. Yes. Yeah. All right, if you see me walking on air, it's because I am preparing for our next cut-in, which is about 30 seconds away. Again, we'll keep the stream going, but obviously we are going into our NBC news breaks here, so that's a 5-minute news piece that we will cover up with weather coverage, because that, again, is the story for the day. So we're counting down as we speak. All right, I want to welcome in our television audience. Of course, we've been live streaming weather coverage all morning long on the KCENTV.com and on the 6 Plus app. But for our TV audiences, again, I want to welcome you in here this morning. We're watching kind of an evolving weather system move across the area. We have a tornado watch in effect. That's in effect till the afternoon. But the big story for so far this morning has not been necessarily the severe warnings. Yes, we had one tornado warning. That was in Burnett County. We have had, I want to say, 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, the big story has been this rainfall that's been moving across the area. So we're seeing several flash flood warnings across the area. One for Bell County here. That's in effect until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So that we're expecting these floodwaters, if you're seeing floodwaters, to really last for quite a while. So that's not going to go anywhere anytime soon, especially if we are able to get a little bit more rain. So that's in effect until 3. The rest of these flash flood warnings that you're seeing basically from Falls up through Limestone and Freestone County, those are in effect until about 1:15. I do suspect with the continued rainfall that we'll see those continued on. These lighter blue teal colorings that you see here down towards Burnett County, down towards Llano, and then up into parts of East Texas, those are flood advisories, not necessarily flash flood warnings. Those of us that are in the green, those flash flood warnings, again, flooding can happen very quickly. It's likely already happening across the area, so that's what we're dealing with here in central Texas. So what I want to do is I want to just kind of zoom in on a couple of these warnings really quick, just to give you an idea of how long they are in effect for. Again, the one for Bell County in effect until 3 o'clock. Let's zoom in on the rest of them though here. So again, Bell County, 3 o'clock. If you're in Falls County, that extends up into McLennan County as well. That's 1 o'clock. And then as we head towards Limestone and Freestone, so as I said, they did extend the flash flood warning for Limestone and Freestone until 3:15. So this is an ongoing situation. Just because you see the rain end, it's going to take a while for some of these these flood conditions to dissipate. And the reason is, again, we've seen
almost 7 inches of rain in Temple and in Troy. We've seen over 3 to 4 inches in southern Bell County, into Limestone, Mejia, and Groesbeck, upwards of 5 inches plus there as well. The one severe thunderstorm warning we do have right now in effect until 1:15. This is for Hamilton County. This storm is moving off to the northeast right now. I'm going to put it in motion just so you can kind of get an idea. It is kind of taking a little bit more of a northerly tilt right now, and it's moving at about 30 miles per hour. So let's see where it's going. It's been dissipating. So this storm has actually been decreasing in strength, which obviously is a trend that is highly desirable for folks in Hamilton County, and then eventually into possibly Bosque County as well. Let's put a track on this just to see where it's headed. And again, over the next hour or so, we expect it to be in Lanham by 104, Iredell by 138, Walnut Springs there by about 153. So that will continue on. Now, we put this track on it with the caveat of the storm is diminishing. Let's take a look inside of it. We're not seeing a whole lot here. I suspect unless we see something change here in the next couple of scans, I believe they will allow this to expire on time at 1:15. Let's take a look. Yeah, 0.8. That's close to severe criteria. Again, that's somewhere between a nickel and a quarter size tail. That's where we would say that, yes, that is a severe thunderstorm. So let's also take a look at the wind speeds, because wind is another factor in determining whether or not a severe thunderstorm exists. So we take a look, and again, it's showing us 69 miles an hour, almost 70 miles per hour. But when you get so far from a radar station, again, the radar stations that we have to work with are in Killeen and in Fort Worth. So this one is basically right in the middle of those two stations. So when we say 70 mile an hour winds, this could be up in the middle parts of the storm, not necessarily make it down to the surface. But again, would not be surprised right now if this storm is showing winds of about 50 to 55 miles per hour at the surface. And again, that would be the reason for the continuing severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what we're looking at with that storm. We've talked about the flash flood warnings. In fact, you can still see one of them on the screen there until 1:15. That's going to be the one for parts of Falls and McLennan County. What I want to do real quick, I just want to show you a wide view again, kind of give you an overview of what's going on and put this all in motion so you can kind of see where everything's headed. The good news is, as we watch this, the track has taken a little bit of an easterly turn. It was moving basically straight northeast. Now it's taking a little bit of an easterly turn. That's going to allow some of our folks who are along I-35 to start drying out just a little bit. We do still have the flash flood warnings in effect until 3 o'clock for Bell County and for Limestone and Freestone County, because it's going to take a while for these flood waters to recede. So that's what we're dealing with. We're going to take you back to programming now, but of course we will continue on our live stream through the afternoon.